Alright, there we go. Alrighty, ready? Let's bring it on in. Alright, well today we are finally going to get to this PC Engine GT. First things first, I've got to finish putting this mostly back together so I can test it later. I am not feeling the greatest today. In fact, I was considering not even streaming, but here I am. I felt like getting a little work done. I've been putting this off for so long. And I had to get this put back together for testing later so I can really make sure that my work's stuck. Why is this being such a pain in the butt? Actually, it's not that hard to put this in. I also usually use tweezers for it. And right now I'm not doing that. Unless it goes in... Oh, pretty sure I have that right. I did see that they're pushing a new set of pliers, tweezers with serrated edges on them that I might actually end up going to grab. Definitely could use them. Okay, so I did have that in the wrong way. Just an idiot. Okay. That's slid in. Alrighty. These things are a pain in the butt. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I don't know if I've got a weird cold or seasonal allergies are just getting stronger for me, because I got woken up around, I don't know, 4 a.m. with the worst headache, dehydrated out of my mind for some reason. Okay. Okay. And yeah, I slept really bad. And when I finally got up, stomach just still hurting and not feeling the greatest. And yeah, it's just been a morning. I'm gonna try and persevere through it. Now let's try to get one of these GTs recapped so that I could add to my collection. I did get another one that came in this week, and I'm a little kind of pissy about that because the seller did not really get a good picture of how damaged the display appears to be. And it looks pretty burned out. So, nothing insurmountable, but less of a deal on it than I thought I was getting. So that's kind of disappointing. But that being said, at least it does run games and sound. For now. So we'll see. I still think there's going to be more issues with it. But we're just going to have to recap it and test it. And I think that's the one that I'm going to put up for sale. Mr. Luke at Retro 6. I think that is right. That goes. Thinner. Let's get the brass second. Silver screw up top. One more in the USB port. I'm not going to bother attaching the heatsink just yet because I'm going to sit and tippy tap on a game on this one for a little while later tonight, just to make sure that the backlight stays up, which I did last time and it worked. So I don't know. It's kind of a tough one to gauge, but yeah. Once again, I like this. These are the reasons I'll never buy used modded shells anymore. And I think I'm only gonna put see, these are the ones that are stripped, huh? Yeah. God dang it. So we'll put 2 in just to keep it. I think I remember this one being good. Yeah, that one's good. This is stripped. Which kind of sucks, but yeah, that's completely stripped. What about this one? That one is stripped as well. And this one? I might only have a chance for, well, I guess this one's good too, huh? No, stripped. Nope, that one's good. At least that one's good. I guess I could always think about getting an extra mid-frame for them, but should be alright. Okay, there's the Wi-Fi antenna taken care of. I'll have to watch out for that one when I put it back. Alright, let's get the Joy-Cons hooked back up, and then that will be good enough for me to go test later. Yeah, I guess that's kind of right, I forgot today. So it's looking good. Let's just clean these screws up so that I don't lose them. Man, I just do not feel good today. Let me tell you what. Okay, that's that. Okay. I'm feeling this ribbon cable is going to be a problem later on. It's not really bent right. We might be able to make it work. But this was fully charged and operational as of the other day. Maybe? Uh-oh, is my power flex not working? Very interesting. So it doesn't want to turn on via the power button anymore. Why is that? Oh no, it's on. I just have no backlight. Son of a bitch. How do I not have a backlight again? We got this working the other day. Bro, okay. Well, there is something really funky going on with this thing. Maybe it is the cable. Okay, well, that's amazing. Oh my god, this thing is pissing me off now. So now the backlight's not working again. Cool. But obviously everything else is fine. Okay, well, that's freaking amazing. I am honestly flabbergasted at this point. So maybe we aren't working on the GT today. Maybe I do just throw the other daughter board in. Let's try that. Because I'm tired of this thing, man. I'm fucking tired of this thing. Like, I don't understand. Like, I really just don't understand how I had this working all day yesterday. Well, once I got it working, I had it working. I mean, maybe the background of the screen's dying? I really don't know, like... That's the sad thing, is... We're gonna try one more time now. Maybe I crimped the cable or something weird? Maybe I should give him a new cable? System's fine. Backlight's just dead again. Yeah, the backlight is just dead. Again. But I don't know if I could even see the... No, I could definitely see the screen. So it's still just the effing backlight. Alright, so we're going to just put the different daughter board in. I mean, it still doesn't make sense to me, but... And that cable could be fucked, but... Well, I was expecting just to jump into the PCE GT today, but apparently that's not going to happen. Okay, let's just grab that. Okay, now I can pull all you out. Now my replacement board is right here. So I'm going to just do a nice little quick and dirty swap. And we'll do a very basic install here. Let's get the right screws in the right place, but maybe I just do take the day off after this, because maybe my luck is just not where it needs to be. We got this working the other day. That's the sad thing, is that, you know, end of the day, we got it working. And when I put the replacement daughter board in, that's when the original I want to test with this cable, because there's nothing about this particular cable that says it's dead. There it was all yesterday, all happy. Even told Rob his shit was fixed. And yet here we are, still working on it. If this works, I'm just going to leave this in. And we'll deal with it. And I'll just have to look at that daughter board and see if I could figure out what the heck is going on with it. But there's so little of these things, and like I said, it didn't make any sense to me. I mean, maybe it could still be the backlight driver. No, see, it's working just fine with the daughter board. I'm just going to leave this daughter board in here. And we'll mark this one off as bad. And I'll play with this one for the night. Let's see, it's perfectly fine. Although it's already down to 84% battery. Did it get left on or something? Not sure. Not sure. But yeah, I think what we're gonna just do is just we'll just leave this as is. And we'll try to test it out as much as we can. Figure out what the heck is going on with this one. Which still doesn't make any sense to me. I have a feeling I'm going to let this sit for a night, and it's going to give me the same problem tomorrow. So I might tell Rob I'm going to wait on this one for a week and keep banging it around until I can feel confident it's going to come on every time. Don't get it, man. I just don't understand it. That's the weird thing, is that it makes no logical sense to me, because the damn daughter board has like very little on it, and if I'm getting continuity from the power connectors, it should work. So unless there was another line on there that it wasn't too happy about, which, I mean, very well could be. Okay. That. Alright, well, now it's put back together and functional again, with more of a mystery to solve. We're gonna keep my eye on this, because it doesn't make a lick of sense to me. Still, I'm so confused. I've honestly, like, not had a no backlight issue be this finicky. Like, it's usually just very, very straightforward. And you've got a missing connection from one board to the other, or the backlight driver is dead. I mean, barring the actual flex cable being destroyed because of corrosion or whatever. That could also happen, but those are all very obvious signs that something is not right. Whereas this was working, and I just literally just let it sit on my bench overnight. Didn't touch it. And you guys were witness to my very first power on of the day. So let's try the button again now, and I mean, it comes on right away. Nope. Went off. Now it's not booting? What? This thing's got some issues, man. I might just have to give him a new board. That's very, very weird. Okay, so there's Nintendo. Okay. Doing a hard reset here. Oh no, it is most assuredly not happy with something here. Okay, I don't really have anything. I'm just wondering if maybe that cable is causing an issue now. I don't know. Okay. Got that down. Now if I just reset the battery real quick. What the heck is going on with this thing? No. Okay. Okay. I mean, we've always had the long boot problem, but okay. Alrighty. I wonder. No, I guess it really wouldn't be. Okay, does volume up work? Does. Down works. Hold the power button in. Turn it off. Then we are going to cross our fingers and pray that whatever I did is good enough. Very, very, very interesting problems with this thing. I am going to have to definitely 100% test this out today and tomorrow before I get it in the mail to them, because I really don't want to mail this back with more issues. This board has been just fighting me ever since I got it. Maybe I just do need to just admit defeat on it and say, you get a better board. I've got one I can give them that needs a game card reader connector installed on it. And all that looks fine. Alright, so does it work now? Nintendo? Second Nintendo? Alright. Alright, alright. It seems like it's loading software okay. Let's turn this light off, maybe it makes it a little bit easier for y'all to see. I mean, yeah, it looks like it's trying to load it. Wonder if it's maybe my Wi-Fi connection here. I don't know. I've never really loaded this game, so I have no idea how long it takes. Thankfully, there we go. This is definitely Animal Crossing. Okay, I mean, it's... Yeah, that's... So I can figure for East Coast time, it's picking up on that, okay? Like... Okay. I mean, so far, so good. Our buttons in need of some work. Okay. Alright, so... This button here. I remember having issues with this before because I think I had to replace it, but... I wonder if this was just putting a little bit too much pressure on it. Okay, that should be good. Pieces. Good clickiness. Okay. Alright, so we're going to put this aside for the time being. I have more testing I've got to do. But, I don't know. There is just something wrong with that daughter board, I think. It's the only explanation I've got. I'm going to have to play around with it on some other Switch lights. I think I've got one more. And I don't really enjoy working on them anymore, so I haven't really had the desire to go and finish up that last project. I've got 2 Switch Lite projects I've got to do. One's a screen swap for a Switch Lite that I'm actually going to end up keeping for myself. And one just needs a new game card reader connector installed, which I'm going to have to pull from another board. But we're going to set that aside for later use, because holy crap, that is the weirdest thing to me. I can't explain it, because we actually I mean, for anybody that tuned in the stream yesterday, we did manage to get it actually working. And I did what you saw, which is I swapped the daughter board out, and then went and reflowed the connections on the daughter board, and then it started working again. And I was like, okay, good. That's all it was. I guess I changed the connector in this one, and must not have done a good enough job. And then fast forward to this morning, and apparently, whatever I did last night decided to stop working today. I want to clean my mat a little bit real quick. This thing's just getting kind of gross. Can't really hurt to do a little spritz down. Really probably just need to take this out and scrub it with a brush. So much old flux and crap on it. I'm more concerned really about like metal shavings and solder bits that get left from previous jobs than anything else. But there we go. Now I have a nice clean working surface. Ariel Gaming. Hey man, what's going on? How are you? Welcome to the channel. I hope I did not miss your message. Middle of rearranging stuff before we get to start working on this guy. Now, this shell is in worse shape than I thought it was. Is that all? I think I can clean most of that. Maybe. That's still pretty decent shape. Looks like I got some dust in that screen, but nothing I can't clean if I need to. Where are you from, Mr. Ario Gaming? Man, it looks like these things are just in need of a serious clean. Man, yeah, this shell is definitely in much rougher shape than I thought, but I think I could still clean off most of this. I don't know what it is, but how would you fix the interlock bit on a Joy-Con ripping off? I broke it today and the ribbon cables are fine. Where it slides into this? You mean the rail on the Switch or the actual? Hold on a second. We'll make this a little bit easier. Are you talking about this black part right here? You broke this, or did you break? Did you break the rail right here? You broke. You broke this thing right here? On the Joy-Con or on the Switch? That's what I need to know. Okay, so well, unfortunately, it depends on what you broke. Like, did you broke the actual plastic bit itself? You're just gonna have to buy a new one. They sell these Joy-Con rail replacements as a set usually. They're pretty cheap. They're only like $7 or $8. But if you cracked or broke the plastic on this thing, it's not really repairable. The entire thing came off. Hold on a minute. Well, let's walk through it then. So let's pull this out real quick. So got now there's two screws, 3 screws, and you only need to take off this guy, I believe. Actually, no. Okay. So that separates, but you can see here the rail is a solid piece, and they sell just this black part by itself that I'm holding in my hands, and you can basically buy a whole new replacement assembly and then just slot it in. Is that what you're looking to have fixed? This thing is a highly corroded. Jeez, I didn't even notice that. That really needs a lot of work. This actually does need to get replaced. But I don't think. Let me just do this real quick. So this is the button board for the. Yeah, so you can see that the ribbon is glued to this board. So if you detach the ribbon from this board, you're kind of hosed. Same thing with this. Like, if you separated the ribbons from the black plastic, there's no really repairing that. You just have to buy a new assembly, unfortunately. But they are really affordable, and you can even get them on Amazon too if you're not really sure where you're supposed to get them. The ribbon is still in the plastic. It's separated from the actual. Oh, wait. Hold on a minute. I'll do another. I'll keep tearing her down, and I'll show you. Okay. So you're saying that the ribbons came out of the blue piece here? So like, all right. These two, yeah, these two. so we're gonna get down to the motherboard here and this little bit of the logic board, whatever you want to call it. Just grab this screw real quick and then we'll separate the half. So you're talking about these right here? Let's do this real fast. Okay. Actually, before I do that, am I zoomed in? I am. Okay, that's a little bit better. Okay, so do you see these connectors? Let me grab a pair of tweezers here real fast. Okay. So each of these ribbons is a little tiny connector they're supposed to go into. And these particular connectors have this little black latch. You can see. You just got to flip it up. And then, here, I'll pull this out. This is, they are tricky. I will give you that because they're very slick. But you basically just got to line everything up and slide it in. It's a little bit easier said than done. I know. I'll give you that. Might even be easier if I pull the cable up top out, but you should just be able to slide it in like that. I always fight with these myself, and tweezers are usually what I end up using. I like to grab right by that brown part, just slide it in. It is very finicky, yes, as you can see me struggle, but there we go. And then just clamp it down. Good to go. And it should be stuck on in there. Okay. And it's the same thing for the other side, but the other side is a little bit different in that the latch is on the back. So you just got to basically lift that latch up like so. You can see it. And the same thing. Just this one's a little bit easier. Contacts face towards the ceiling. And then just slide that in, and once it's in as far as it can go, and then you just clamp the latch back down. And that's all you need to do to fix that. Okay. Perfect. Glad I could help you out, man. It's definitely a little finicky. I'll give you that. It's not as easy to do without a microscope, but just take your time and you'll get it in there. Okay, all right, get this thing put back together. And if you need a more permanent guide, just look up iFixit, and they should have a guide on how to tear down the Joy-Cons and reassemble them. So it'll be a nice little step-by-step for you. And that way you can have on-screen instructions while you fiddle with it, and expect to fiddle with it. It's very fiddly, but you'll get it there eventually. This still needs service. That's why it's on my desk. The contacts and oh, that's right. I don't think this one I could sell because I'd have to replace the rail on this one myself because said contacts are quite literally corroded, so corroded that they don't connect right. Works just fine in Bluetooth mode though. Okay, grab this little silver screw here. And I'm gonna smush you back together. Get my tri-wing bit here. So you need a tri-wing for the outer shell, and then it's a JIS bit. Is what they look like Phillips heads, but they're actually called JIS, which stands for Japanese Industrial Screw. Phillips heads will work. You just have to be a little bit more careful. I highly suggest if you have the money. These are, I think, between $20 and $30. It's the iFixit kit. I can't remember the actual name. This is not the Protect, which comes with a bunch of stuff that you may or may not need. But that one I just showed you in particular is right around $20 to $30 and has pretty much every single screwdriver bit you could possibly ever need for game repair. So very well worth the pickup if... Not the right... There we go. Very well worth the pickup if you've got the money for it. And you plan on doing this a lot. Mine's paid for itself 100 times over, if not 1,000 times over by now. But if you're in a bind, sometimes if you buy repair kits, they often come with the screwdrivers that you need. They aren't the nicest, but they do work. Alrighty. Good deal. We can move back to the GT now. Okay. Alright, so let's just get a baseline of this. I'll show you. It should be functional. Okay. Adapter here. Power. I think the seller listed the issues on this one as plays and works, but after a while the screen goes dim. And I did verify this. Sorry, somehow I got a whole lot of flux on the hue card. Not sure how that happened. Flux will definitely not make this happy here. Grab a paper towel. It's a little better for this job. Alright. Not like this game is worth anything particular, but I think it tastes like that, right? Oh, there we go. All right, so pretty hard to see, but you could see the screen. Now the volume definitely needs a lot of work. Contrast wheel doesn't seem like it's working. Oh, there we go. Took a minute. But the contrast wheel does sort of work. The volume is completely blank. This is, I don't know what type of game this is, but this is a fully functional console that hopefully a recap should solve all the issues for. And this is one that I will be personally adding to my own collection. And then the other one that I've got, we put up for sale. That one has more issues with it, including bad screen. Okay. There's two. So we got 4 long black screws for the outer, and then 2 silver screws inside the battery compartment. And this is the 3rd time I've done this now. The previous 2 were varying degrees of successful. And much smaller silver screws on the interior of the battery cover. But I am not planning on buying any more of these. Unfortunately, the failure rate in them seems to be a little bit higher than I'd like. And they're very expensive. So as much as I would love to keep working with them, I just don't think it's economically prudent to do so. Unless I can get a verified that the game displays on screen and everything works. And that's something I would consider, but yeah, needless to say, it's not been very successful for me, particularly. Okay, so there's the power button. Now, this time I really wanted to look. Yes. Okay. Okay. So it is just as I thought. Now this one. This is the outside shell. Okay. Alright. So it is just as I thought. Now I'm looking over this and definitely seeing some instant signs of leakage. So definitely going to have a lot of cap leakage. And all we got to do is disconnect the battery from its spot. Sometimes the tweezer is a little bit easier to get this started. A little bit of fabric tape, the only thing it really, oh, see, I just ripped it. I try to keep this intact as much as possible, but a little bit of warm air might have helped there, but I didn't do too bad. Slight tear in it. The only thing this really does is just to secure the battery leads anyhow, so it's not a huge deal if you have to replace it or you tear it. And there is one screw that holds the motherboard in place. I actually do believe it is the same size as the case screws, but not too sure on that. So we're going to put this aside. Now I lost, there it is. There's the power switch, which we can just shove in there and then put that like that. So everything is kind of kept together. And, oh, I shouldn't have done that because there's some more screws I'm going to have to take out, but that's okay. Alright, so only one screw holding the motherboard in, however, the HUD card slot, which also has a much bigger JIS head. Oof. Can't tell if that's flux. I hope that's flux. I have to pull my... Okay. And then everything just slides out in one piece. Alright, so... Let's see, a little dusty on the inside, but otherwise fine. The HUD card, I mean, I think that's just old flux. I can never tell with these old boards. There's some corrosion on this one screw, which might have come from some battery leak. I just don't see it. Well, this could be old crust, I guess. Yeah, this just looks like a essentially untouched board. That's a, wow, they're using, I wonder if this is a later revision. Not used to seeing, so there's a big cap right here. I'm not used to seeing it like that. But we'll take a look at this under the microscope. And we'll get a much better handle on the damage that's been done. So let's just grab the mic. Take a look around here. Let's get this off the screen. Well, we know the fuse is still good because the system turns on, so there's no point in testing that. But we can see, you can see how the pads look brownish and crusty. That's all from the leak juices. Pretty bad there. That's the volume wheel. Looking okay. Ooh, that capacitor is really bad. I'm gonna have to clean that off pretty good before I remove it. Now, that's kind of what I was... I mean, I guess I could refresh all that. Some of those solder joints look... That's gotta be just dried flux. But some of those... See, you can see how the ones on the left look great, and then everything in the middle is just like barely attached. So I might go reflow that. That's pretty crusty. That's not looking too bad. A little leakage, but that's crusty. That's crusty. I mean, they all obviously they all need to get replaced, but that's pretty crusty, but not too bad, honestly. Can't really tell with these because they're hidden by the white goop. But what we do want to look at here is, so that doesn't look too bad. I might need to reflow that. That looks okay. And on the flip side of the board, this is all the circuitry for the backlight and contrast circuit. See, look at that. That's gotta just be flux. But Q901 and Q900 look okay. I'm going to just assume that that is burnt and old flux. They did not do a really good job. That looks like capacitor juice. Which is kind of worrisome because that, I think, is the shield for T900. So we'll tap out the soldering iron to see if that's electrolytic fluid or just dirty flux. Could just be dirty flux. Because there's no cap, I don't think would have leaked for that, but D900 looks okay. Yeah. All looking pretty normal here. There's the MOSFET. Might need to chip away at some of that to get to the shielding. And this is just gross. This is gotta be just leftover factory flux. But this is the headphone jack right here. I mean, we'll clean this all up, but yeah, it's not looking. See, that's definitely capacitor crust. That could be capacitor crust from this. Okay, well, I think we just begin the process of so we shall begin the process of desoldering the heat shield or the RF shield. Now, we essentially need to find all these so basically about freaking time I cleaned off this flux nozzle here, but here we go. Just a little dollop of flux will do you. And then we're just gonna see what we can get up. Might have to break up the solder sucker. I've been pretty lucky with these. I'm pretty lucky with them. And they have been coming up pretty easily for me. I'll get some fresher braid for the next one here. Actually, you know, I might end up, I think we're going to do that one just a little bit more here. A little bit of extra flux. just going to tap that one more time. All right, because you kind of want to see like a little bit of a wiggle, like that. No low to no pressure. All right, so I think that's a spot right there. So we will go ahead and just same thing, flux and suck. You could literally watch it get pulled from the hole now. You can see how it's still not wanting to fully come up. Oh, I might need to flood this with a little bit of fresh solder, but we'll see. Sometimes that does help. And then sometimes just getting some really fresh braid here. There we go, got that side, but I still think the other side is. Oh, my soldering iron just broke. Weird. Okay, I gotta get a new handle. We're gonna just do a quick little nudge on this one, but I still swear I can see the sides of this are still kind of attached, so you can see how it's not moving at all. So just literally got to keep going in here and eventually you'll get it all. And you know, end of the day, if it's just completely stubborn on you, then just fill it with some fresh leaded. This area's getting a little too fluxy, but we'll come and clean it again. I can still see the one little tiny tendril of solder right there. Yeah, it's not very cooperative, this guy. Let's just do a little bit of a fill here and see if maybe we can just kind of coax that tiny little bit out. Right? Same thing. Sometimes moving it back and forth a little also does encourage it. There we go. I think that, nope, I did not do it, but we should have it in a spot that's, come on, drag for me. Are you still not working? I might break out the solder sucker on this guy. Yeah, he is not being very cooperative for me. And the issue that we're going to have, is like these are in such a tight spot. Maybe we'll do do it this way. Let's try. Might have to clean this sooner than I thought. I've never really had this much of an issue, to be real honest. Okay. Let's see if maybe it'll be a little bit more cooperative for me here. Problem is, yeah, I can't really get to the part that I need to suck up because the shield's in the way. Alright, we're going to switch off to maybe some of this Goot Wick here, because sometimes this stuff does a slightly better job. I think that's what we're going to do. It's just... Okay. Yeah. She is fighting me. That looks like it fed a whole lot more solder into the hole, but I got it pulled off on the side, which is kind of really what I wanted to do here. Let's clean up some of this flood of flux that we got going. I'll see a little better. Okay. Just keep at it. Eventually you'll get it up. Eventually. I did actually buy a whole assortment of solder braid just recently, so I might end up dipping into that. See if maybe I can get something a little bit thinner in there. Ta-da! Okay. I think that should have done it there. Might be a little stiff in that hole. If I need to come back to it later, I will. That's why. I'm such an idiot. Not a big deal, but this is why you're supposed to use the flat end. Yeah, it's fine. Oh, dang it, Justin. Alright, well, aside from that ugly scratch that I just... How's that? Sometimes I gotta... No, that's not. That's to... So I know this is one right here. I know I'm missing one in the other corner. I'm pretty sure of it. Okay, gotta be a little careful on this guy because right now the hue card reader's in play, so I could, if I'm not paying enough attention, I could actually melt the plastic of it. But you're literally watching all that solder kind of suck onto the braid there. So it's just... That should be good. Might need to do a little shenanigans with it. Nope, we're fine. Okay, and then we move on to, so this guy's going to be a pain in the butt, I think. Well, luckily I kind of ripped that in a good way. We should be able to get to this just fine. Might end up doing it like this though. Might have to zap that one again. I don't think I got it. It's still stuck to that one side there. Might have got it. Smell a little funky, but I am near to some of the leaky caps now. It's not really what I wanted to do, but that's what I ended up doing. That one's going to be a pain. Let's just get some. Oh, that should be fine. Might need to hit that one again from the other side. I don't think that's. No, it's not looking completely free. This is a PC Engine GT that I am trying to remove an RF shield from so that I can recap it. All the capacitors in this board are very bad right now. This little son of a bitch is probably going to fight me the entire way, aren't you? Oop. There's some leaky capacitor juice I can smell. Yeah, I really need to stop doing that. I think I may end up doing this the kind of cheesy way here. And just heat and pull that out. There is one that's a real big pain in the ass to get to. Now this guy. Is that really a... I can't tell. Is it this one right here? I think that's... That might be it. Where's it out? Is that the one that I have to heat to get to? No? That's the one that I have to heat to get to. So now this guy right here, unfortunately, don't think you can actually, you might be able to. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you gotta get that one from the other side, but this is bothering me. So it's right underneath. Really? I don't remember. I know this one. Basically have to do the same thing. I just get my tweezers, put them in the hole, push down, and let's see if I can see what I'm doing here. Might need to bend these up just a little bit more. Instant out. Okay. So there is a corner left that I've got to figure out. I don't ever remember this one ever being a problem, but is it this guy? I think it's that guy. I think if I just heat that and plop, it should be fine. Let's take a look. It's gonna be that guy right there. It's a little blurry, sorry about that, but let's see. I think it's just this guy right here. No? Not it? Everything but that one corner. Okay. I actually have not had an issue with this before. And theoretically, it's just a ground plane, but the weird thing is, like, I think that's it. Two holes. That's gotta be it. Okay. So this guy's just gonna be a pain in my butt, huh? Let's try try a little bit more flux and braid, I guess. Okay, the problem is I don't really think that's the point. It feels like it's different on this guy. I might end up just pulling out that's TP500. I think that goes to this. Yeah, that goes to this. Goes to that. So it's like underneath that shield? That doesn't make any sense though. I mean, that still looks like it's got solder attached to it, but I think that's honestly part of that. Yeah, that's definitely not what I want. Yeah, it's right there. It's hard to show you. But that's it right there. I'm pretty sure. I don't ever remember having to do that though. What the heck? That's not proper. That is, so that is that hole, right? So that one goes there, and that one goes there, which is right under. Okay, I did get it. It just was stuck. Okay. Oh boy. All right, so we got that taken care of. Woo! What a journey. I'm gonna have to go back and clean up some of these holes, I think, to get this back in properly. Must have. No, that's yeah. So that's what I thought. That goes to T500. That's the leg for T500. So this is not what I needed to desolder. All right. That's kind of the biggest pain in the butt done. Well, I guess it depends on what you define as a pain in the butt, because now we got to go clip off all these damn capacitors, which can equally be a pain in the butt. Let's take a look around the CPU real quick. let's get you back on non-seizure mode here so I can not have a fit. So there's this capacitor, which is hidden under the heat shield. Thankfully, it doesn't look too bad, but you got to pay attention to this one because it can. I think the 6280 and the 6260 they handle the graphics pretty much, and the 6270 is the CPU. So I'm basically looking for any corroded traces or pins or whatever. I just can't tell. They leave so much factory flux on what's good and what's bad. I still think I'm going to reflow all this, honestly. Do some fresh leaded on that. That should clean that up and remove any worry. Those are really bad. But now begins the long, arduous process of essentially clipping off all of these capacitors and replacing them with good ones. So we'll go from easiest to hardest because that's how I like to work. And the best way to do this, I've found, is when you want to clip the capacitor, you want to clip parallel to the pads, right? And then just a little bit of top pressure and slowly squeeze. Don't go crazy. It's okay if you get half off and then you've got to pull the other half off. Better safe than sorry. And once you kind of get the thing clipped, the rest of it comes off pretty easy. This one was a little bit more of a pain than normal, but not too bad. And then you're just left with the black plastic. And clip these, and these plastic bits kind of do just break pretty easy, and then once you break it, so I think we're gonna go and we'll clip them all first, and then when I go to replace them, I'll do the cleaning and the replacing at the same time. But you can see all this goo here is the electrolytic fluid that has leaked out. So basically, like, when I go to clean, I'm going to be looking, you can see how it's discolored this. So you basically, when you clean it, you're going to be looking in the areas that were discolored just to make sure it didn't eat through the solder mask and eat through the trace. So, alright, so we'll get this guy first. Same thing. The closer you can get to base, the better. Just slowly work through them. Some people like twisting them. I think twisting them has the issue of potentially putting too much torsion on it, and you could rip the pads a little bit easier. Now, that being said, it is still possible to destroy traces clipping them, so that's why I always say you gotta just work slowly, squeeze through it, and you know, if you've got to back off, and especially on the bigger ones, like these small ones clip pretty easy, but even then I usually get like 1 or 2 squeezes before I get through, and then just let the tool do most of the work. Gotta be a little careful here. You don't want to really like damage the board with the. Okay, so that's not coming off because of the legs. You could try getting in there with your flush cuts, and make sure you don't lose the little bits of leg on the board because they are conductive. Okay. So now This either might pop off or there we go. Yeah, this one was pretty bad too. I have a feeling, I mean, they're all going to be pretty bad. These consoles are notorious for bad capacitors, as were most from the 90s. Apparently the formula was stolen but not copied correctly, or because it was stolen was not missing or something. Or okay, so this one is kind of being a pain, but try to avoid that if I can. Any sudden or heavy force is not a good thing. You just want to be as slow and smooth as you possibly can. This one was pretty leaky. This one does not want to break for me, so we're gonna do the legs and then see if I can't just lift that plastic off. And you could clean these as you go. I think it's a little quicker if we're doing a couple of them to just kind of do everything at once. Oops, no, where'd that plastic bit go? Not a huge, oh, there it is. Better to lose plastic than metal on a board. Alright, yeah, but you can see like just how heavy this corrosion is. I'm gonna have to clean it heavily before I desolder it, because the solder isn't gonna wet. Just need a couple more sips of coffee there before I kept going. Alright, so get a couple more of these easy ones down here. I'll start with the big one. Keep my finger on top just because it kind of keeps everything steady and in one spot. Maybe it's a false sense of security, but the first one I ever did, I didn't do that, and I ended up tearing a pad on one of the audio caps, which is something you really don't want to do. Let's just go ahead and, oh, see, that's, fuck. Now, I'm literally going to have to look on the board here. Well, shit. I think that, nope, that's not it. Alright, well, we have a rogue piece of metal on the board now, which is always fun to track down. Might have gotten lucky, it might have just, I think that might actually be it right there. Maybe. Might have gotten lucky. I'll just have to keep my eye out. We'll scrub everything real good too. You don't want metal bits floating around, that is for sure. Don't want those metal bits to float around. So plastic bits aren't a huge deal. You still want to clean them up, but poor tweezers have seen some better days. This name. Metal shielding has been a pain in my butt. be paranoid about that one little leg for the rest of this now. Look at all this plastic just flying everywhere. Man. Kind of why I don't like clipping the plastic. It's pretty brittle at this point, so it does shatter pretty easily. But yeah, you can see. There we go. There it is. That's what I was looking for. Possibly. Either or. You don't want that. Literally don't want that on your board. That's just a test pad. Notice that's the actual leg to the capacitor. You can see it's still attached. That one's attached. Just poking through again real quick just to make sure. See, then we'll come back to that area anyway. So now, I think the best way to do this one is this way. We got that one to do too. So let's do this one first. I think it's still the same way. You do have to worry about that large IC, but you should have enough clearance. Remember, don't ever, everything should come up easily if something's still attached. Don't just yank on it. Make sure you sever through everything. Generally, once you get the that one broke kind of nice. Sort of, it's got a little bit of, come on. Okay, a better pair of tweezers would help me out more here. Let's grab this guy. Okay. This whole area is just going to need to get almost bathed in alcohol. Let's take out that voltage variable resistor. Alright, so this is a tiny cap. Same thing applies. Should just be a little bit easier to clip. And do try to make sure that you don't rest your nippers on the PCB because it's pretty easy to scratch it. Okay. That one didn't come off too cleanly, unfortunately. Still have some weirdness in there. There we go. I think that's just the bottom of the capacitor. Yeah. And these are all just really leaky. But if you've recapped the Game Gear, you're very familiar with this. And you'll also be very familiar with the exclamations of how much it frickin' stinks when I start to replace them. Alright, so let me move on to the backlight subsection here. Maybe we'll do T500 cap first. This is the T500 in the metal box right here. It is a proprietary transformer, which is obsolete and very important, so you need to make sure to not destroy it. Which, as long as it's functional, you have no reason to muck with it, unless you can prove that fluid's leaked underneath it, and you need to go in there and clean it. In which case, it's not hard, but you just got to be careful, because if you break it, you're screwed. Let's get the CC501, which is this guy right here. Okay. A little bit of leg hanging on there. Let's pull you out the way, grab you out the way. See, there's all this. Now this guy, D502, this leg right here does tend to get corroded sometimes, and it will cause issues with your contrast circuit. Feeling the other one I've yet to look at is going to have some of those transistors are going to need either a refreshing or a replacement. You can see how kind of Q500, this FET got a little crunchy here. So, all right, so now we're on to these guys. Now, until I learned better, I was very afraid of what was under the white goop. However, what is under the white goop is simply an inductor. Now, I would suggest not destroying things. But if you do destroy it, or it is destroyed, there are modern replacements available for it, so it's not a huge deal. But anyway, regardless, you still have to come in here. Whatever this epoxy crap is, you can see all that juice right there. You just gotta separate it. And this stuff starts to get kind of flaky. We're just basically trying to break its hold on the capacitors here. But you can see the inductor kind of through this, and just want to leave as much of this. We're only trying to expose the pad of the capacitor so that I can desolder and solder a new one. So you don't need to move or remove too much of this stuff. As always, it's usually just better to start smaller. It's easier to take away than it is to add. Now you can see what I'm talking about. This stuff starts to flake and just disintegrate and get everywhere. It's such a pain in the butt. I hate this part. Probably my least favorite part of the whole process, honestly. Is dealing with this shit. I don't know why they felt the need to goop up that inductor with epoxy. Maybe just a precautionary protection or something. I don't know. I might need to slice this thing out. There we go. Right after I just cleaned this mat too. God dang it. Now I'm going to have to clean it again. Okay. But you can start to see the pad there. Probably got to keep going. Just chopping away a little bit more here. Not too much. That should be good enough. Now, the other issue is, so you've got to separate all around the cap. Basically break the hold it's got on it. If we need to remove more, we will, but they're pretty good job here. Okay. So this stuff in between, go back and forth on whether you should pull it. I think you're better off pulling it just to get a better access with your flush cuts. This goofy stuff is pretty bad here. Basically, we just need access to the pads, so we don't need to go too crazy on these. Yeah, the big issue is that, see, you don't really have much access to the cap. About halfway through it. I might need to go back here, trim away some. Unfortunately, I just can't. The other problem is that my flush cuts are just not wide enough to fit over the top of that cap, so it kind of like cutting through the sides of this and working my way around. Just take your time. Eventually you'll get through it. I could feel it. It's pretty loose right now. But again, okay, I think we're okay on that. Woo-hoo-hoo. Stinky, stinky. This one, like, really bad. Like, really, really, really bad. Now, this guy. I don't know if I'm going to be able to. There we go. Oof. Look at all that. Look at all that juice. But, as you can see, pads are still intact. Now, we have the same issue with this guy, but now we have a little bit more room to work with. So these pads go this way. It's going to be the same issue. I mean, I could. If I have to, I'll remove some more of the epoxy, but I think I can do the same thing and just kind of squeeze my way in there. Just keep cutting through the cap. Okay. Came off pretty good. No damage, this doesn't look like. Alrighty. That's probably the biggest pain in the butt in terms of removing the capacitors. But yeah, you can see, well, I still have a chance here. I'm just gonna, just in case, see if I can't neutralize some of this juice before it leaks into T900 or that inductor. It might even be better off just really pulling away more of that. When we do our full clean, we'll focus on that area. Now look at it. This is why I might end up buying a little like desk vacuum. Suck stuff like this up with the vacuum rather than use my fingers and paper towels and stuff. It does clean up pretty easily. It's just really messy, pain in the butt, you know. But thankfully it's non-conductive, so you know, worst case scenario, you just gunk up your board with crappy epoxy bits. Just looks like shit. Might gunk up a switch or something, but no big deal. Alright, well, that was the big pain in the ass out the way. Then we move on to the second pain in the ass, which is the audio circuit. We'll come back and clean this up with a toothbrush later when we go to replace it, but what I really care about is just not damaging these pads here, and they're all nice and intact. Same with this guy. All the transistors in the area look relatively good. I'm just kind of hoping and praying that T500's okay. Given the fact that I was getting actual screen and image, that's a very good sign that T500's okay. But let's just go ahead and, just in case, suck up any of that juice that's sitting right here. Okay, so now we move on to the audio circuit, and the audio circuit is located right beneath the headphone jack, and actually the audio chip's on the other side of the board. But I think last time I just went and just that's exactly what I didn't want to do, but I did it anyway. Right, Loki? Yeah, I know. Okay. Not looking pretty, but I don't really see any damage, which is good. Now I think, is it easier to do? Yeah, it's got to be easier to do the smaller ones first. Clip this guy. You have just enough room to get your flush cuts through. And then once you get that first cut done, the second part should lift off the legs pretty easily. If not, just same thing, just cut on through. Just keep removing bit by bit until you can just kind of lift it up. Now that is what I was talking about. I can't tell if my lovely fucked up finger. That looks great, doesn't it, guys? Thank you, MacBook. That is definitely metal. So we definitely want to pull that away. Okay, and then is that metal? Oh, it's capacitor guts. Okay. And okay. Oof. Looking pretty rough there too, huh? Yeah, this is definitely why the audio is so low, but I think we're gonna be okay. Yeah. Okay, so now I'm gonna swap and do this. Now, if I remember right, when I tore a pad before, this is the one that I tore. And you can see this is the trace that pad goes to. So it's, if you gotta do trace repair, I guess it's not the worst one, but it's still very tight, and anything near plastic is always not a fun job. So so now we have 2 more surface mount caps. I'll take care of the small one first. This whole area is pretty bad. I think this is probably the worst out of everything on the board. Still see like how that is really crusty. But once again, looks pretty good in terms of potential trace damage. Now this guy is the pain. He's the big pain because he's huge and also right next to a bunch of plastic. So if we come from the power switch side, you get a little bit more room to work with. And it's the same thing as the ones down below in the white goop. Just kind of work your way through it. And then once you get the bulk of it cut off, the rest should come pretty easy. Where'd that go? Did make the decision to repurpose a much unused shot glass as a tiny trash can for these types of jobs, because I was using a little spot on the mat, but oh no, oh thank God. I thought I had ripped this pad, but I did not. I just clipped off the leg. Anyway, I was leaving the caps on a little recess on the mat, but every time I would get my hand near it, I would suck up like a bunch of dead caps and distribute them everywhere, and it was just such a mess. And now I'm just tossing literally everything into a small shot glass so I can dump it off in a trash can later. Okay, so we do have this guy to deal with later. Well, you know, maybe we'll deal with him now. Let's see here. I think what we're going to do, we'll clear off as much of this corrosion as we can here. Might spray it with some contact clear, but we'll see about the IPA. I try to avoid the contact cleaner as much as possible because it's kind of a harsh chemical, but very, very, very handy for heavy corrosion. We'll see how these are done. Okay, that didn't clean up too bad. So if we go to the other side here, it would be right there. Alright, so now I'm going to come in with some flux here. A good amount, because these are going to probably take a little bit longer to melt down. Once solder joints get kind of a chunk of corrosion on them, they tend to resist heat fairly well, so definitely take your time with these. These through-hole caps are pretty easy to deal with, but if you're not careful enough, so like that one is unfortunately not cooperating with me. Might have to put some fresh solder in that hole. So you can see how, I think this one freed up, right? No, but yeah, that one. So either way, what we could do here is try this. Okay. Yeah, I could smell all the electrolytes. Nope, that one definitely did not work, but it did bring a bunch of that to the surface, so let's see here. Let's clear off that frayed edge. And then a little bit more flux on that guy. Just a bit, even though the Gootwick has a rosin core. Oh, I don't need to slice my finger open, so let's put my X-Acto away. Almost there. It's just doing the, there's just a tiny bit, and that's probably the super corroded bit up top, just refusing to liquefy. But I might have got it right there. Might have got it. Now gently, just give it a wiggle. See, it's not free. That's not free. And if we take a look at the top here, yeah, you can see how we still have a whole bunch of, my guess is that this stuff is pretty corroded, so it's not wetting down like it should, and it's hanging on to that, just a tiny little bit of solder in there. So very carefully, if we heat this up, we might end up just really just mixing full. Okay, that might have cleared. No, I can still see it holding on, but that side looks pretty Gucci. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to clip off the legs here and remove the cap. So now, if these are truly free, they should just slide on out. Just like that. And there you go. No rip traces. Easy as can be. Easy as can be. That one, in my experience, usually stays pretty corroded. So definitely pay attention to that one, because I think that was another one that I did end up pulling a trace up on because I didn't realize just how corroded it was and what it was doing to the solder. But thankfully, it's pretty easy to deal with. It's just as long as you're patient and know what you're doing, or have a very slight idea of what to do. If you just go full bore at that one, you will pull up that via. That looks pretty good. Obviously, that if there's anything left in that hole, then you could just use a piece of braid over it to get it up, or just flood it with fresh and then redo it. From what I can tell, that's pretty clear. Should be clear enough to get another one in there, and if not, I can deal with it as it comes. But, ta-da! That is a fully decapped mainboard. Now, I do have to also remove a capacitor on the controller board. But that's for later. Okay, I'm gonna go get myself a sip of coffee. Just take a quick 1 or 2 minute break. I'll be right back. Okay, let's see here. Whew, man, yeah, I need to take a little break for nature there, but now, I guess I'm going to have to pull up the capacitor map. And we'll start going through this one by one here. This is going to be kind of a pain. So I'm going to have to constantly be swapping tips. But I think if I do everything in sections, yeah, let's do this. Let's just go through. This is probably why I opted to clip and clean at the same time, because the tip that I use to solder the caps on is not the tip that I use to remove all the crap from. So let's just go ahead and start scrubbing. This will clean off most of the surface crap. Okay, then we come in with the that, and oof, it stinks, all right. I fill with the fresh solder, basically mixing in all the old solder, anything that might have any more fluid on it. And then, now, actually that's a good point. I bought a whole new thing. I thought I had bought wider, and I might have screwed myself and not really bought wider. So what's this one? 3.5 millimeter. Oh, perfect. That's exactly kind of what I want for this. Yes. Yes. Okay. There we go. Already paying for itself. So we're going to just make our lives easier here. Little dot. Spread it between the two. A lot of cleaning. I'm pretty particular about this, so your mileage may vary. Might end up just doing this with tweezers to save my fingers some. But remember, you want to go with the pads. So I'm going left to right on these. And the reason you do that is you don't want to lift anything. Okay, so we're going to get this guy next. And if these have a hard time melting, you can see like right now, like how this is just not really cooperating with me. And what I like to do is actually, you know, that's a good idea. Pre-flux. The flux will help the solder flow a little bit easier onto the oxidized pins. Let's just get a little bit better. There we go. See how everything comes off much nicer after. Yep. So then we just try to coat the whole pad. Kind of see how that left pad was a little bit more receptive than the right pad was. And then the same thing, I'm just gonna Nice little. Alright, so I could still see the crust on these guys, but we might get a little bit luckier here. Yeah, that one a little bit easier to deal with. Oop. Sometimes that happens. Dooby-dooby-doo. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Dooby-dooby-doo. Okay, a little bit of some flux. That'll help the braid work here. Ow. Should be okay though. There we go. All right. Do this a little scrub a dub real quick. Yeah, I lifted a little bit of solder mask, but not a huge deal. That could have been from electrolytics or a combination of heat and rubbing. But since it's not BGA, I don't really have to worry about it too much. Okay, that moves bottom of the board there. Okay, and then got all these guys. I'm not gonna need those anymore, so I can put them away. You put to investigate later. All right, so now we're gonna perfect. Okay. Okay. Let's get the next guy over done real fast. Okay. Grab this guy off the board. I don't think he's still soldering on. Now we can just add a little bit of all right. Now that should make my life a little bit easier. Come in, we'll just solder all these. Got those two. Don't have anything over here. Got that one done already. Done. Those two are done. Okay. So we just grab our wick and go to town. Nice little clean sweep. That'll be fine. There they are. So I did have scissors in here. Try maybe put a fresh braid on this. Okay, same thing with this guy. Just fresh, and then just this tiny little bit right here at the top needs to go. Okay, that looks good. So let's just go ahead and we're gonna grab a handful of Q-tips. So now we're just gonna basically do the same thing and mass scrub the board down here. And then just go over the pads with Q-tip. Go through the surrounding areas as well. Just any fluid that might have just gotten squished around, we'll try to soak it up as best we can. Okay. All right, so that takes care of that section, which is nice. Now we move on. I got this one right by T900 that we've got to take care of, which I might need to hit with some. Oh, that came off pretty good. There. This guy. Oop. Pretty good. Okay, we'll do a little surface clean real fast. Okay. Okay. Perfect. Then a little bit of solder braid to finish the job. One more swipe through. And then very small amount of solder mass destruction, which I'm still more than okay with. Pads look just fine though. Okay, that moves us up to T500 area. Okay, that sure did stink. Yeah, you can see lots of corrosion on this pad. It didn't want to, still doesn't really want to take solder very well. That one's not so bad. This one, see how everything's all peaky and weird looking on it. No biggie. That's kind of what basically what we're doing. We're mixing all that bad solder with the good solder, and then that's why we suck it all off at once. The hopes of basically pulling the corrosion with the solder. I think we're going to do it this way, honestly, though. Have a little bit better of an angle here. And we're going to just press and drag. Just like that. And then we're going to do that one more time. Just like so. And now, surprisingly, not too bad in terms of the fish smell. So let's clear out some of this burnt rosin flux. But all said and done, cleaned up very well. Alright, so let's do CC501. So you can see we still have tiny bits of epoxy just floating around. But we'll give this whole area a scrub with a toothbrush and hopefully clean up some of this flakiness. Imagine these are probably, I might need to clean this whole area before I do this, but we'll try on these because it's, yeah, you can see like these are heavily corroded. Okay, so not too happy with how that's going, so we're gonna just clean first. We'll just do the whole area. As best as I can. A lot of that epoxy is also floating off the board. Okay, well, now we'll do a little bit of flux. We'll see if maybe that'll kind of help the solder flow a little bit better there. And then same thing with this side, just do the same thing. And we'll go ahead and flood with fresh solder. Flood with fresh solder. Perfect. And just go ahead and suck it all off. And a little bit of solder braid. Perfect. Perfection. So I'm going to do the same thing just to start. This is still looking heavily corroded, but we're going to hit both of these up with some flux in the hopes that it'll help that solder kind of flow a little bit better. Yeah, perfect. Perfect. Okay. Okay. And we're going to flood this with some fresh. Okay, got a little bit too much solder in this wick, so let's not leave it on the board. All right, that should work a lot better here. That's looking good. All right, so now we've got the last two in this cluster, and they're going to get the same treatment. A little bit of flux on both legs here. I might need the better off without it, I think. Okay. Last two legs in this cluster, and then we're going to have to clean everything again. Okay, that picked off pretty good. Now this guy's he has a little bit of a pain here because of how close he is, but I can't actually tell if I got that leg off or not. I think I did. Otherwise I would see it sticking up. I might have actually pulled it with the capacitor, but either or, we're going to just fill that with some fresh leaded. Fill this with some fresh leaded. And then okay, I'll trim and do that again. I'll tell you, the larger braid is making a lot of these bigger pads a lot easier. Kind of glad I picked some up rather than forcing smaller braid to do more work. Now, this is not feeling. I don't like that. A sneaking suspicion there's still some corrosion left on that, so we're gonna just go right ahead real quick and clean the entire area, and then I'm gonna reflood that and clean it. Yeah, it looks like there's still a whole lot of solder on that pad, but this is all looking pretty good. Nice thing is that see, like when you come in, you can still see, like, oh, see, shit. Well, thankfully that's just a ground pad, but ah, dang it. Okay, so we're gonna have to be very, very, very careful on this leg here. The corrosion ate through some of that, but thankfully still savable, still usable. So we're just going to leave that as is. I will hit with some more Thankfully that's still intact, because that one would be a real pain to repair. So, alright, well. Okay. I think we're good there, though. And then whatever that, I think that's the ground, honestly. Hello, cat on my shoulder, hanging out. Continuity mode, so the leads make a nice beep when there's a direct connection between them. So we're testing to see if this pad is still connected to ground. It is. Should still be connected to like this guy and this guy right here. Nope, not that guy. But it is connected to ground, so. Alright, so even though we lifted it slightly, it's still intact to the trace, and then I'll be able to get the leg of the capacitor over that, so I think all else equal, we're good to go on that one. I really wish I could show you all my cat right now, but I can't. She's a cutie pie. Just hanging out on my shoulder. Oop, knocked into my microphone there. Alright. Listen, cat, I love you, but this is not tenable for the work I need to get done right now. So, you need to go. Okay. She's very cute, but that is not really good for doing sensitive electronics work. Okay, so we've got this one in the middle that we're going to take care of now. This guy right here. Oof. Yeah. I'm going to save this before we even bother. Just a quick little scrub. Yeah. Okay, let's see if we can get these off now. Took a little bit of convincing. I'm feeling the other side's going to be quite the same, so just to reduce stress. Just a little bit of flux. And then the usual MO, fill the pads with some fresh leaded. Mix it in with all the crappy stuff. Good deal. Should be enough flux on the board. And just a nice little drag across. Of course, you still have a little bit in there to scoop up, but we'll get that. This side right here just needs one more little. You know, you're not supposed to scrub, just glide it across the pads. The flux should make that a little bit easier for you. Let's clean up all this burnt rosin. Okay, got that cleaned up nice and well. Looking good. All the surrounding traces are fine. See, the same thing down here was, see all the, this was pretty goopy. That's a little concerning that I look at it, but I think we're still, that is actually, I'm not sure, but as far as I can tell, we should be okay. Also, this guy right here goes to here. Yeah, it's still intact. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So let's just keep going here. Kind of running out of time very fast. This job always takes me a lot longer than I think it will. Okay, so this whole section right here is just oof. So we're gonna just head it off with the pass, and first we're gonna do some nice alcohol over the whole area. Good amount of alcohol, and then scrub as best we can here. Okay, so now let's grab a fresh Q-tip. We're just gonna go in between everything. You don't want to leave any of the fluid on the board, so that's just kind of why I go through with the Q-tip. Is if it's still suspended in any of the alcohol, it should get sucked up by the Q-tip. And obviously we'll clean it again too, just to doubly make sure. It's just a hair, okay. Tray shouldn't be cut, just the solder mask is a little exposed. That's a non-pop resistor that I always think I knock off, but I never do because it's literally a non-pop. Now this guy needs a little bit more attention. I swear that's corrosion on that. I might just reflood that. It's just a ground plane and it hooks into the shielding on the other side. But again, it's corrosion's like just think of corrosion as a cancer, right? The moment it takes hold on your board, if you don't deal with it, it will eventually kill it. So you can see how that, like how gunky that Q-tip's looking now. So I'll probably end up flooding and draining that one as well. simply because, well, I don't want to leave corrosion on the board. All right, so we're gonna, same thing, we're just gonna go through each of these legs. Because this area is pretty goopy, I'm just gonna make the assumption that these pads are gonna be a little stubborn. So we're just gonna go ahead and start by adding a little bit of flux to all of them. And then that way they should pull off with very little effort. Again, my whole aim is no lifted pads. No lifted pads. So we'll start with the small one right here. That one came off pretty easy. This guy, okay, pretty easy. Then we'll go ahead and just throw the, basically that way if I look at and I see a nice dome pad, I'll know that it's already been taken care of. Okay. And this guy as well. And then we'll flood this with some fresh. Some of that good. Okay. That's done. Then we'll just go ahead and grab this guy off. Redhead. These are the last on the main board. I still have the controller board to go ahead and deal with. That's okay. Literally 1 through-hole capacitor on that. It'll take me 30 seconds to do, or a minute to do. Oops. There we go. Got that one off, and then the last little one right here. Now, again, the whole reason why I went through and did all the legs at once without replacing them is I use a different tip. A lot quicker for me just to not have to swap the tip every minute. Also saves my fingies a little bit of heat. Okay, so we have fresh braid. We have fresh enough braid right now. Just go ahead and start sucking up some of this bad solder here. Now, fortunately, metal things get hot when you stick them next to a soldering iron, so you do kind of tend to start singeing your finger. Did I miss that one? No, it's just weird. Must have it peaked in the shape of a leg, so I thought I left a capacitor leg on there. Okay. Looking good there. Let's go ahead and just tap this guy real quick. this guy can. That cleaned off quite nicely. Trim the wick again just to make sure we're starting with some fresh. This whole area is getting nice and fluxy. Also, I think this stuff as well, like the Goot wick, has a built-in rosin. It's coated in rosin, so that stuff tends to burn a lot quicker than the Amtech. I am running close to being done with this Amtech. I mean, I've got like a little, like a third of a tube maybe, but man, I'll be so glad to get rid of it and go back to my other Amtech that I enjoyed more. Smaller tube, more pleasant smell. A little bit more expensive than getting it from Mr. Rossman, but to be quite honest, this stuff has not been my favorite. Though it's not bad. Nothing wrong with it. It's just more of a pain in the ass to use compared to the other Amtech. Plus, what I really didn't like about it is it constantly seems to leak. Which may be a me problem, but alright, so we got something to take a look at by that fuse real quick. So you can see that goop right there. Let's go ahead and see if maybe I can't scoop that out with. Yeah, come on, you little dirty goopy stuff. Alright, we're going to hit this with some more alcohol, and then we'll go fresh Q-tip all crazy on it. Whew, what a process, man. What a fucking process. Okay, I'll get a fresh Q-tip on this. Go over everything once more. There was a lot of goop in this area. And as you can see from the, it's a little hard for you to see, but it's definitely discolored. So it's still picking up some crap left in the board. Fuse looks okay. Obviously it's working because the system turned on before, so I don't really have to worry about it. But regardless, I do have replacement Pico fuses. And for anybody curious, it does use a very similar fuse to the Super Nintendo. So if you've got those lying around, they will work. Slightly less beefy than this one that's on this. I think if this is 2.5 amp, and it's either 2 amp and the Super Nintendo is a 1.5, or this is a 2.5 and the Super Nintendo is a 2. Either or, they're both sufficient to save your ass if something happens and it surges. Say that's pretty squeaky clean. Well, don't you guys? That's pretty good. That's a little wobbly there, eh? Not bad though. Contrast wheel and the volume wheel both look okay. They could use a little bit of solder with it. Look at this. Look, how is this acceptable? I guess it's okay. Kind of curious on it though, because it does feel like could do a better job here, but I guess it's usable. I just think it could use more solder, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm just being too anal retentive here. Alright, well, this does bring us to the capping portion of this process, for which I'm going to change out my soldering iron tip here. And I use, where'd you go, you son of a gun? There we go. Personally, I like this tip for this job. This guy is he's a little small, but he gets into tight spaces. So it doesn't have the best thermal mass, but, this is a huge but, for cramped jobs, it's actually a pretty decent tip. And for these particular capacitors, you don't need too much. It struggles on larger pads, and it also struggles with desoldering, so that's why I use that chisel tip that you saw me use for that entire job, because it's much more capable. Okay. So now I got to pull up capacitor map for Turbo Express. And that's this guy right here. I'm gonna just do this. This way I can maybe still see chat, but also see what I need to work on here. Alright, we got that going for us. And my cat is desperate for attention. She knows it's getting time to sit on the couch for a little bit. And the only thing I don't like about this kit is that they do have some loose caps in there, so you got to be careful not to dump them, or you will lose capacitors. Alright, so we're going to start, we're just going to do, I guess, easiest to hardest, and easiest to out here on the edge of the board. So we'll start with these two right here. So we're doing, let's just right side up this so we can all see what CC505 is 100 microfarads, 6 volt. Now these are one of the more common ones. I think it's 116. I'll just double check because there's a couple that are the same capacitance but different voltages. So this is 116, and I'm guessing this is also 116. So I think the 100, you just opt, so you go with the 16 volt capacitor rather than providing the 6, because you can use higher capacitance, higher voltage, and be fine as long as it's above or at the rated value. So this is a 4700. So yeah, that's not, so we're right with the, so this guy right here is probably one of the more common sizes on this board, which is why you get 9 of them. Okay, now electrolytics, unlike ceramics, have a orientation, right? They have a polarity. So you can see that black stripe is equivalent to the negative side, or it is the negative side. I wouldn't even say it's equivalent. So actually maybe this is easier. Do it this way. myself a little bit more room on that plus side. That should be good. So some of these I'll just do the hold and solder, hold and tack. And some of them I'll actually pre-tin the pad and then slide the capacitor on because it's a little easier to do that way. But this one is in an area where I can just go ahead and do something like that. Actually, just like that. I probably should be using a little bit of flux. That pad on the other side is going to get redone too. Don't need much. Just a little bit. Same thing with this guy. Do a lot of cleaning with these jobs. Alright, now I think if I look at it this way, this side's going to be a little bit easier to do. Actually get the solder in there this time. Yeah, you can see that with the flux it forms that nice shiny little bubble. That's kind of what you're going for. Now that flux that I got on that thing, or is that solder? See, that's solder, that's bad. You gotta be a little careful here. You don't want to leave these little solder blobs lying around. They'll break off at some point and make your life miserable. My cat's trying to jump back up on my shoulder again, so this is going to be interesting. Alright, so now we're looking at CC704, which is a 10 microfarad. That's 100, right? Yeah. Now 10 microfarad. Shoot. This is why. What's this guy? This is probably too small, honestly. This feels like a 4 point. Yeah, 4.7 for that guy. This feels like a 10. Could be worse though. I don't think that's right either. That's a 4.700 volt, which is I think on the backlight circuit. This guy I think is the negative voltage rail capacitor. This is a 33. Okay. This guy might be it right here. Nope, that's a 22. Okay. The search continues. It's going to be the last one I pull out. It's too bad my vision is just too crappy to read this. I think that says a 25. 22, another 22. Now there are two 22s, and I gotta be careful because I screwed this up last time. Different voltages and different footprints, so another 33. And that makes this guy probably the 10. CC704 is definitely a 10 microfarad. 16 volt. It's probably this guy. Bam. It is that guy. Alright, once again, positive to the right. And this time we're gonna just go ahead and do this. A little pre-flux. Right. I don't need much. You just kind of basically gotta slime the pads with it. And that'll be enough to help things flow into place. And just drop this on the board. We've already got it kind of pre-oriented. Cool. In my opinion, the easier side on this one is definitely going to be the positive side. Okay. So we'll get some fresh solder on this tip. Alright, now fortunately the board's a little wobbly, so you kind of want to make sure everything's lined nice and flat, so that should be good. Okay. Now we can just kind of reorient real quick. And perfect. Nice little solder blobs, hey? Good deal, good deal. Alright, so this down here, we have CC 504 and then CC 700. So 504, thankfully, is a 100 microfarad, 6 volts. Same thing, grab our flux, slime the pads. Perfect. Now I think positive is on the right on this one. Yep. Don't really think we're gonna have an easier side to do. I think that they're both equally as cramped here, but I think we're gonna stick with the negative side. That should be fine. I don't think it really matters in this one which one you do first, but not too happy with that. I'm just here. Are you soldered? Sort of. All right. Okay. That worked out better. And we're good there. Okay. A little, maybe slightly wonky, but meh. As long as it's flat and solid. Alright, so that leaves us now, we've got CC 700, and CC 700 is also a 100 microfarad 6 volt. Yay, makes my life easy because they're the easiest ones to find. Okay, I think positive to the right on this one, right? Yeah, okay, so do that, and we're going to do the same thing. Broken record time, hey. Slime the pads with some... I think Suzanne Summers just died. Something just came across my phone with her name on it, and usually celebrities that I have zero interest in pop up means they're dead, but the other good thing about pre-sliming the pads there is kind of acts like it's tacky, you know, so it holds the capacitor in place. Somewhat. I think we're gonna probably just nudge this one back just a tiny bit. Just like that. Perfect. Now we're gonna just make sure she's flat. Good deal. I think it's, which one was I doing? CC 700. Okay. And there she goes. Okay. So next up we have CC 503 2235. Now this is where we got to be careful, I think. All right, so that's a 4.7. I think it's this guy. Is it this guy right here? Is it this one or the other one? That's a 33. This doesn't feel right either, but all right, so that's a 2235, and we are, what is it, 506 or 503. It says 2235, 2235. Okay, because I do have another 22, but I think it's this. Yeah, see, this one's a 10 and a much smaller footprint, and that one goes up to the top. Okay, good deal. Set you off to the side. Slime the pads. I think it's going to be easier to go to the positive side to start on this one. So we got to do just like this. Okay, and then we can just kind of nudge you forward a little bit here. I think that's about right. And just gonna tack. And look at that. Oh, look at that, see? I thought I had it tacked and I did not. Okay. So rather than just completely redo this, there we go. There we go. That's good. 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 Okay. Okay. That one is nice and solid. Okay. Let's just go ahead and give everything a nice little scrub down. Okay. Just clean up any of the residual flux. Again, that's all no clean, so it's not really necessary, but it does keep the board a little bit nicer. And in case you ever do have to go in and rework it, it won't be sticky and won't look like that factory crap that we cleaned off before. There we go. Okay, so that's nice and squeegeed. Look at those joints. Couldn't roll a better joint. Look at that. Nice and shiny, good bubble. Everything's flat. And we move on to CC 901, and that is a 22 microfarad 6 volt. Okay, now do I have another 22 microfarad 6 volt? What is CC 501? That's a 4735. Then I have a 4750. Really? So CC 901 is showing as a 22.6, which I'm pretty sure is this guy right here. Oh, that's a 4.7. This guy? That's 22. What about CC 502? Yeah, I think that was the problem. 502 and 501 are both 4.7, but 502 is a 50 volt, and 501 is a 35, so I've got to pay attention to that. But for now, this 22 is the only 22 I got, so, oh shit, did I fucking solder that on right? I did, thank God. Just double checking all this stuff. Positive, positive, positive. Okay, so positive to the left on this one. You really don't want to screw up with surface mount electrolytics because they're kind of not impossible to get off, but they're definitely a pain to get off because they don't like heat. And the only other way is to kind of like lift it while you're desoldering it, and that kind of puts a little strain on the pads, which I'm not a very big fan of. Of course, you could always heat from underneath, but that presents its own problems. So yeah, you're just best off doing it right the first time. And then that guy right there should be good. Okay. I think just to avoid the issue we have with that last cap, I'll hold on to it while I tack it. There we go. Perfect. Flip her around here. And then we will just That gray goop around that ceramic capacitor apparently is to stop interference. Usually the whole thing is covered, so it's kind of unusual to see that exposed, but not a huge deal. Alright. So we'll get CC502 done here. Now this one is one I do believe I have to do the slide method on. So 502 is our 4750 volt. So you are 4700, which I might need. That's probably what we're using for the 50. But we are going to double and triple check on this because that's not right. That's a 33. And I think this is the other 47, but this is the lower rated one. Well, that's another 33. Excuse me? Oh, don't tell me I screwed this up somehow. That's a 10. So, am I short a cap? I might be short a cap, unless he's forcing me to do a frickin' radial. I don't know why he would do that. This is a... Yeah, look at that. That's a 6.3. Dude, are you serious? Why? What the hell? So 501's... Though that's a 6.3 volt. Okay, that's 47 UF instead of 4.7. Okay. So should I screw it up? This should be the CC702. That's a 470. 6.3. And what's this guy? Man, I'd be really kind of pissy if he gives me a radio or yeah. That's another 47, 6.3. I'm missing a cap though. I feel like I'm missing a cap here. I have another kit I could look at, but so that's a 33. Yeah, 101 and 102 are both 33s, which I think are these guys. Okay, so these are 33s. And then this guy right here, 4735. Oh, okay, so 4735. Okay, so here's the problem. So I think I found it. So I wasn't short of the cap. Okay, so we could see that this guy fits here. Should fit here, right? Just like so. Yeah, that's right. 4735 there, and then this one is a 47100, and he fits just like that. Right. That's right. Okay, because 502. 502 is 4750 volts, and that's 100. And then 501 is a 35. And what we've got up here is 35. Perfect. All right, so I screwed this one up last time. That's in case you haven't figured it out. And I had to desolder it and start it again. So I think I might be able to avoid the slide method on this one. Maybe. not sure. So if I do that, like right there, is that going to give me enough room to slide in? I think so. We'll try it. So if I just desolder one, have to desolder one leg, it's not too bad to pull it off, and then I could just start over again if I need to, but okay, but we want this to be more really towards the shield. There we go. Okay. Thinking that should be good right there, potentially. All right, screwed that up. Let's get you back in place. There we go. At least I got the. So I'm trying to get my. Okay, we'll come back to that for sure. There we go. So let's just hit this with just a little bit more flux just to kind of even it. Doesn't need much, just a little bit. Then we'll flood it with some good solder here. I think we're good. Hopefully. That looks good. Yeah, it's a little bit more wobbly than I like. Let's see if maybe you can. Once again, we gotta. I knew that was gonna happen, but that's not a big deal. Just gotta. Flick it off. Okay. Alrighty. Now, I'll look at it from this angle. Hoping that's okay. Feels a little wobbly, which I'm not a very big fan of. I could heat from the bottom on this one if I needed to. I think we're good. Besides, I mean, like, left side's just a ground as far as I can remember. So we'll do meter and continuity mode real quick. Looks good to me, folks. All right, now going to do the trickier caps first here, because these are definitely a little bit more of a pain in the ass. Now this one, honestly not sure how I should approach this one now, because we have a slight lift on the pad, but pretty much back into shape. Still attached very firmly on the other side, just this very lip that came up on the board. That is CC 900, which is 100 microfarad, 16 volt. I think I was pretty sure both these caps should. Okay. Now I gotta go negative, just like so, but I don't think I can get my soldering tip in there. Fortunately, I think this is a oh, maybe I can. All right. Let's go ahead and flux the pad up, I guess. Flux this pad up. Okay. Okay, that's a little wonky on me there. Come on now. Oop. There you go. No, I don't know if this is going to help me or not. That actually does help me some. Okay. We should be good there. Right there. All right. We'll go hit that again, but let's get this front part done properly, and then we'll go back in with some actual wire and do that joint up proper, huh? There we go. I think I can actually sneak the wire in from the top like that. Maybe. A little bit more better of an angle there. Something like that, maybe. There we go, folks. Well, thank God I freaking naturally oriented that right, because I forgot to double check myself on it, and that would have been a pain in the ass to undo. But now we are on. I think this is CC 500, which isn't 100 microfarad like I expected it to be. We'll look just in case, because I am not. Yeah, CC 500. Good deal. Good deal. These 100 microfarad caps are so nice to deal with. Okay, so that's obviously not right. And then turn this down. Okay. This one, I don't think it's going to matter so much. It's really going to be more about, do I have enough room with the epoxy? Okay, that's looking good there. Yeah, that should be fine. And it helps if I have a little bit of solder on my tip here. Cool. Looking good. That looks perfectly fine to me. All right, now. So CC501 should be the last. This should be this. This is the 4735, and that's 4735. So we got that going for us. Nice and good. Okay, positive on the right. Okay, now this one, I think we're going to do the negative side first. Thankfully, Q500, if I did form a slight bridge, it's on the same trace, so it's not a huge deal. I'd rather not, honestly. I'm gonna probably do it this way. That way, slightly better angle at it. Perfect, and then this one. Perfect as well. And thus concludes the backlight capacitors. So let's go ahead and do our usual little cleany clean here. Try to get up as much as we can here. Nice good old soak with some alcohol. Usually gets most of it. And I grab cotton bud and grab the rest here. Probably really need to make an investment into some of the foam cotton, or no, I guess the foam buds, maybe lint free, I think they call them, but they let you kind of not have to worry about the jagged edges if like passes and solder bumps and all that. Grab the cotton and fray it. Okay, and I think I forgot one little area at the top here, which I'm not going to bother to get in frame just because I'll be here for a second. Good thing about toothbrushes is it kind of lets you get in between places that you can't get with the cotton bud. Stiffer bristles also help to break things off the surface of the PCB as well. Alright, so let's move on to the middle here. CC703, because this is our second to last easiest one, because our easiest one's really the through-hole capacitor. 703 is 100 microfarad. Okay, that's kind of what I was expecting. Now, there we go. I thought I had one more left. And I think all of our audio caps should be 100 microfarad as well. I have 3 left, and then I think 1, 2, 3, yeah. So we'll keep on keeping on here. Same MO, slime the pads. It's way too much, but so we have positive on the right, so black stripe on the left. And just nudge her into place, and this one, the easier side is technically the other side, but in my opinion, they're both just as easy. So whatever you feel more comfortable with in this one. Truth be told, doesn't really matter, but always go with what feels easier to you. Okay. And then we're just gonna boop-a-doop. Nice and solid. Good deal. Now, what the heck was wrong with it? Alright, that's the other damage to my fingers the other day. That one, that actually was pretty infected and not feeling very good. So, got that going now. I guess we'll do CC702, which is the 470, which is that really big old boy that we got. I might have just gotten thrown an extra controller capacitor by mistake here. Alright, so with through-hole capacitors, the long leg, you can see how one's longer than the other. The long leg's always the positive side. Anode versus cathode on these. And then basically what we do kind of want to see how I lie that flat right there, but I think if we just maybe, oh no, it's gonna matter how close it is to that IC there. Let's start that one over. And if we just do that, yeah, that's what you want. See how it's just shy of those legs. And then if you bend the legs up, hold everything into place for you. I'm going to probably just do this one off camera just because it's a little bit easier to do that way, but I'll show my end result. Here, well, maybe we can sort of do both. It's a little blurry, but sorry. Just basically trying to tack the legs in at this point. And then we'll do a full. Yeah, okay, there we go. Now, I want to actually feed in Make sure we get a good connection from top to bottom. Of course, the easiest way to check that, you just look up top. You got it on one side, let's just hit the other one up manually. And that way, we ensure, so you can see how the trace runs up top here. But the problem that we've got is this ground pad is, it's very thick. There we go, that's good. There we go, and then all we have to do now, flip back over, and then we bend our leads up, like so. And grab our tin snips, or flush cuts, whatever you want to call them. Flush cuts is definitely more appropriate. Voila. Let's go ahead and clean this while we're here. See that contrast wheel mounting leg, which is just a ground again, but still has a nice chunk of corrosion to it, right? Also want to make sure that should be good. There's no... Okay. Let's try to... And you can see how it's honestly... not looking too good. So what we're going to do in both these, because this is so close to that gross cap, I'll probably hit up the volume wheel as well, but we're going to just add in some fresh solder here. All right, now do a quick little clean. We'll re-inspect these. Yeah, looking much better. Not too bad, honestly. But that should be good old. Dials run very smooth. Now this. Definitely needed a little bit of love, but for the most part she's good. Cool. And that is the through hole on the main board. Perfectly soldered in. This guy up here is looking good. We'll wait to clean until I get the other ones done. Wow, it is 20 to 5. Wow, I'm committed to this one. All right, so CC 104 should be 100 microfarad 6 volt. Yeah. I should have, so 104, 103. And 100. 103, 104, and 1. Yeah, they're all these guys are my last of the 100 microfarads. Now, the problem with these guys is it's a lot easier if you install them in a pretty specific order. Let's just take a look again here. So I think I think it's 104, then 103, then 100. And I'm pretty sure. Alright, so this one I might have to do. I think on these I'm kind of forced to do the slides, but I might be able to get away with not. The thing that sucks about these is they're so close to the audio connector. And I might end up just deciding to slide it instead. Because I can get in there. Not easy, but theoretically I could do that. Let's try it. So we're going to slime you up. Okay, so positive towards me. I'm doing it just like this. And if I drop in just like that, I might actually have enough room to maybe get it tacked into place, and then once I get it tacked, I might be able to I would honestly more rather melt the damn capacitor than the audio jack, but I'd rather not melt either. However, I think we just got away with it, so let's go ahead and hit this up now. Okay. And I think that is super solid. Now for this one it doesn't matter. That's probably the trickiest one. But see, I think we install 102 before 101 and then 103 before 102. So this one, so 104, 103, 100, 101, 102. And that should allow us to get the easiest access and avoid melting any plastic. As you can see, or sort of see, maybe not, but if you look there, you can see I didn't melt the plastic on that connector at all, which I'm very happy with. All in all, this has been a pretty smooth recap, with that one semi-lifted pad being my only boo-boo. And I will take that. I will take that. So far. Still have a couple left I gotta do, but... Alright, so we've got positive on the right, which means my black strip's on the left. And then we do it just like that. Bam. So I'm thinking, to make life easier, we're just gonna tack the easy side. Just like so. Okay, and okay. Positive, right, okay. Okay. Then, slightly better, but I think that was all I needed to do. Yeah, that front was still a little lifted. Looking good. All right, so now we've got CC 103, and this one is my last 100 microfarad. Okay, and then positive towards me. So I just want to get an idea of what things are going to look like here. I think I can get away with doing the easy side, which is the positive side in this case. And then come in later to do that. Yeah, I should have enough room to kind of come in a little bit vertically with my soldering iron and get that one tacked in, yeah. So we'll double check, but it's DC 100 microfarad, 16 volt. Yeah. Okay, looking good. So that's what we're going to do. We'll do the positive side first, and then we shall try to make sure I can leave myself just enough room so I can do like just like that, I think. Okay. Good deal. Okay. So as we said, we're going to do 102, then 101. Yeah. So 102 is... Okay, so these are both 33 6 volts, and that's probably what both these are, huh? That's a 33, and this is also a 33, but there's no voltage written on it, which is kind of sad, but just going to make the assumption since they're the last two surface mounts in the kit that these are what needs to be done. So I've purchased all of my recap kits from Console 5. He hasn't done me wrong in the past, so there's no reason to start now, eh? Okay. So we're going to slime the pads. Positive towards me. Okay. And this is a long process. Next weekend, we're going to do another one. The fucking last one that I'm ever going to, well, say that, but I've got two more I've got to get working. See, I want both the Japanese and the American versions in my collection. This is going to need a slight bit of solder, but we're good there. And I had both the Japanese and American. Well, now I've got one Japanese working and one American with what appears to be a severe RAM issue. I'm also kind of waiting because Luke said he's going to introduce a no-cut clean screen, and unfortunately my American version is not able to use a OEM screen. But I don't really want to cut it, you know, because they're way rarer than the GTs are, and I kind of would rather screen mod a GT. Oh, thank God. I was like, shit, did I screw that up? Positive north in this one, right? Okay. So we had slightly different, we had opposite sides. You can notice that most of these caps all kind of keep their negative in the same plane, but this guy is slightly, well, I guess. Okay. Actually, I don't know why I'm... Okay, should have that tacked into place. And then we'll come over with some of that good. Over this side. Good. And thus concludes the main PCB. So now all we got to do is a quick little clean here, and then I got to pull the controller board out. One cap on the controller board. Did a pretty good job. I guess you get better the more practice you have. And this is the third one I've recapped, so definitely learning from my first two. This one really went without a hitch. Didn't have to desolder anything. Didn't have to trace repair. I'll take it. Very, very nice. Okay, very cool. So we'll try to soak up with this as much as we can. It's unfortunately a very, very tight fit. So if I didn't flush it out with the toothbrush, well, it's gonna be stuck there. All right, so let's put this aside. And let's go grab the controller board. Okay, now the controller board is held in by 3 screws and a speaker wire. So we'll just real quick rotate this out the way. And then get this up like that. Screwdriver, don't need the big tip. Let's switch to the smaller tip here. Okay. Let's just undo the speaker first. Okay, maybe not. Let's get board out. Wow, that sucker is jammed in there, so you know what? It's a little bit more of a pain in the butt, but let's leave it in there. Alright, let's just take a look here. So the capacitor's right there, right? Yeah. CC, what does it say? CC 800. That's the 47. So regardless, that's them right there. It's just right on the opposite side of the board. You can see it's sort of blurry like, but does it look too bad? Doesn't look too bad, but alright, so I'm trying to find my braid here. Okay, so there we go. Let's see what we got. Of course. Thankfully, I could just use this. Oh, where'd that other tip go? There you go. Need to get a more appropriate tip for desoldering. My opinion is this chisel tip that I like. It's a good multi-purpose tip for me. Okay, looks like she slid right on out. Bingo bango. So we are going to clean this area up too, because unfortunately I did smell dead fish, which is an indicator that we had some leakage. Thankfully the controller board itself is quickly and it's looking pretty good. There's a little discoloration on this side from the capacitor, but not as bad as the last one that I worked on. That one really leaked compared to this guy. Okay. I'm sorry, this is all off camera, I know. Would have been fine. That speaker is really jammed in there. I don't feel like. Okay, so last one. These are both. I think I just got thrown a free one by mistake. But these should both be, yeah, 47.63 and 47.63. Now the board over here, you gotta look at the brown side. And the brown side is showing positive. So stick the positive through the positive and then the negative through the negative. Well, if we could get it through the hole. There we go. And then they're just gonna slot that through. Bend the legs. Add some flux. I'm just gonna do this off camera. Maybe I can get it somewhat on camera here. I'm holding the cap as flush as I can to the board from the other side. And then we'll just go ahead and, now it's pretty hard to see anything right now. There we go. Alright, so they need, that one top definitely needs a little bit more solder to it. It's a pretty dry joint, I think. There we go. Looking good. And just like we did with the other through hole, just lift the legs vertical again. Grab our fleshy cutters. And the old one too. And then we'll give it a good quick clean. So there's no fluxy goop sitting on this board. Well, the shitty thing about these boards is they use carbon for the button contacts. It's not uncommon to see that carbon wearing away, so if you get a board that's got not the nicest, look at that though, that's not even, boy, I did a shitty job on this, huh? I don't know what I frickin' get. Look at that. Can't tell. No, it's just the reflection from the, let's clean that up too. I don't like the way that looks, to be quite honest. Just snip that. Yeah, it's fine. It's literally just a reflection from the carbon, making it look like it wasn't filled, but we Gucci. Okay, do this so y'all could see. Now I just basically sliding this board back into place here. Of course I dropped my screwdriver. There we are. Okay, man, what a process. I wonder if it would go quicker if I was less anal, but what's the fun in that? I actually prefer, I would rather it take me longer but be done right than speed through it and fuck something up. Or have to go back and redo something, which is sometimes even worse. The more you gotta work on things, the greater the likelihood that you're gonna screw something up. So, I'd rather not. Now we can test, I think. So, basically, we'll leave that alone for now. Alright, now there's a little bit of epoxy gunk in the battery terminal for some reason. Okay. Moment of truth time, I guess, folks, because I have not had the greatest luck with this system in particular. So, you know, I am admittedly very nervous right now. So I know that this goes like this. Then it goes like that. This is also the stiffest I've seen these connectors, which is kind of not fun. Okay, then the backlight connector goes in like so. If I don't plug this in, then I won't have the backlight on the screen. Okay. Then our game should go just like this. Cool. Now, we're gonna do it. Power adapter. All right, folks. I'm very nervous. What do we got? It works! Well, yes! So loud, too. Yes! Oh, yes! Now contrast. Woo! Instant and beautiful. Holy shit. We did it, guys. We frickin' did it. This is the third one I've worked on and the first one that I've gotten fully functional, even if it is OEM. Oh man, I am ecstatic right now. Oh. Okay. So, the real last little bit of thing we have to do, the only thing I don't like is it does seem like somehow the interior screen got smudged, but we'll clean it. You know, we definitely have to service it. It is kind of cruddy, but that is for another time. Now the crappy thing here. Okay, so we've got to figure out how we're going to get this shield back on. Also, I got to remember how it goes. Right, is it? think it's like this. Yeah, that's how it goes, just like that. Now the problem though is, okay, so this guy, let's take a look here. Where'd you go? Was it this one? I think it was. So we gotta suck this guy out. Not having it, huh? Let's try the old solder sucker out. That didn't work. Kind of made things worse. Part of me is like, just fuck the shield. You're done. Who cares? You don't really need it. But I don't know, it just kind of bothers me. I kind of want to have it fixed here. Oh, wait. No, that's definitely still filled with solder, right? 100%. Might be able to just go ahead and do this, right? Okay. And then maybe we can suck this through. Problem is that it's not really wanting to. That might have done it. I don't think it did though. Does not feel like it, no. Also another solder blob right there that I gotta take care of. So now the issue that we're gonna have is we might be able to put it on the same way. So like that middle one, I might just be able to heat it. So we're gonna try this. So you can see in there, basically I just gotta get my soldering iron in there, push it through. Okay. I'm wondering, can I just... The problem is with since this is a giant metal shield. Fuck. Of course. Wouldn't be a weekend without burning the crap out of myself, huh? No, that's not working. But now if I come back through and do it this way, I might get lucky. Yeah, there we go. Got that to sit as flush as it's gonna get. And then all the rest of the tabs are looking good. So, just so y'all can see. Yeah, that's what happens when you stick your thumb against a 700-degree piece of hot metal. Feels great, let me tell you. Anyway, we can see all the places where the shield go. Just go ahead and let's get most of them. All right, yeah, that was an awkward angle that did not work. But we shall get the other side now. So this guy in the middle, right there. Kind of a pain to get to this one, but I think we can make it work just fine. Here we go. Just tap, tap, tap real quick. Just let that kind of run down. And then we got this guy right here. All right, now I do believe that covers everything but, no, that's good. Good. Okay, so the shield is good now, huh? And I can focus on bending this back down. Okay. Then get our case here and our screws. Oh, I'm excited. I am excited. So we have, remember, we've got the 3 big honking screws. Did not have that aligned properly, huh? Let's try this. Oh, yeah, probably be good if we did this. All right. Oh, wait. There you go. So right now I'm screwing the Hue card reader back into place. Now there's only 3 screws on this. First one I ever did, I freaked out and probably spent a good 20 minutes looking for a lost screw that wasn't there, until I rolled back my footage and realized that I am in fact not a very smart person, and instantly saw the fact that it only had, you guessed it, 3 screws. Alright, let's get you out of the way, put you back in. Now we've got to put the fat head away and go back with this guy. Now we're just going to double check here. I think Mobo screws, the Mobo screw and the 2 silver case screws are all the same size. They are, okay. Otherwise I would have 2 matching and 1 shorter or longer depending. But this guy goes right here. We have, oh wait. Before I do that, it's always good to get your power switch on first. So the power switch is index. It only fits one way, as most do. And then you just slide it in so it sits on top of the power switch, and there you go. And you can obviously test it out while you're here. Working good. So this is where the 1 Mobo screw goes. I think NEC is also kind of famous for this. From what I can remember, that they only tend to fasten their motherboards down with 1 screw. Anyway, so now the AV out connection goes back in its home. This one, the contacts face outwards. And for some reason on this particular board, these are really stiff for me, which might be a really good sign in that no one's potentially been into it. But does not make it easy to get them inserted properly. There we go. Good. So now we're going to do, we're just going to peel back our tape here. And that'll hold the battery connection in place. And then we'll plug the battery connection in, like so. So now we look like this. And our final bit of work to do is we've got to get speaker board. Now the speaker board, the contacts for that will face you, or the bottom of the console, and then the LCD side is the opposite. It'll face, the contacts will face away from you or towards the top of the console. The only reason I'm saying this is because it doesn't tell you any other way, and you really don't want to hook up your LCD the wrong way. And then finally, the backlight connector will only go on one way, so you got that going for you at least. Might be a little bit easier to do it like this. Actually, never mind, I'm a jackass. You could just pull the cable down. Okay. And you just line everything up. You should have a very nice flush fit. I'm going to do the... I'm going to just do this my crisscross applesauce way. Okay, and we'll take a battery compartment screw, slot it in, and then we will do another battery compartment screw. Actually, you know what? We're going to do another one of the top screws. plastic bits, I always make sure just to go finger tight. As soon as it's completely resist you turning, just stop. Don't over crank it. There's no need. You really don't want to break the plastic on these things because you cannot find replacement cases for them. So the best I think I've been able to find is a replacement battery cover, which was a 3D printed option, and it didn't come out too bad, but it's not the same. Because my turbo version of this console had a broken hinge on the battery cover, so that kind of sucked, but okay. And then put the battery cover back on, put the screwdriver away, and then we are going to do one more gloat test, like I like to call it. So grab our power supply. I also need to get some pictures as well. Okay. So we got that, and oh man, this feels so good. Cool. And then we'll just volume and contrast test again. So if you remember before, that was probably about the loudest it got. And this is max volume right here. So pretty loud system. Now the contrast, that's all the way down, and then that's all the way up, which is a white screen, which is about what we would expect. Cool. Very, very, very cool. Very cool. Well, yes, very, very, very cool. I'm going to have to enjoy this later with my Turbo EverDrive. That is for sure. Now I'm going to be keeping this one stock for now, and then maybe if we get a no-cut screen mod, I might do that. I would happily install no-cut screen mods in all of these because just to be quite honest, the OEM LCDs are absolutely horrible. I mean, amazing for the time, but nowadays it's just, yeah, my eyes are not getting any younger, so I would much prefer having a much more visible screen to use. But you know, all said and done, I would like to keep them as stock as possible, you know, and if I can do a no cut, that'd be really cool because I could preserve the original screen and then keep its value. But yeah, so that concludes my stream for the day. I'm going to end on a good note. Actually, technically 2 good notes because we got Doc's switch fixed again, even though I thought I had it fixed yesterday. But today marks the first time I have been able to successfully repair a GT in all of my attempts. So, yeah, shoot. It says Turbo Express on that. Damn. Yeah, it went really well. It went really, really well. Yeah. I'm like almost speechless right now. I'm sorry. It's been a long stream. It's been a very long stream. So I think I'm going to wish you all adieu. Thank you everyone who stopped by, left comments. Anybody watching in the future, comments, likes, subscribes, all appreciated. I do stream every Saturday and Sunday. I try to start around 11 to 12 noon Central Standard Time. I tend to go for, anywhere from 3 to 5 hours, depending. So, stop by next weekend, and I will be doing another one of these that has slightly more problems, but I still think I will be able to get up and running. And then I will probably either be doing the LT next weekend or the Neo Geo, one of the two. I think I'd like to start working on the Neo Geo and save the LT for just one more weekend. That way I can order parts of the Neo Geo and then have a weekend where I get my ultra rare consoles up and running and feel really good about myself, hopefully. I'm really nervous about the LT repair, but when you're working on will cost you $1,000 broken and is worth close to $3,000 brand new or working, it's a bit of a knacker. It's a knee knocker. It's a bit of a knee knocker. It's, what can I say? I'm a little frightened of it, but we're gonna get it done. And if I get it working, I get it working, and if I don't, such is the way of life. But with that particular console, I think I'm going to do everything I can to get it up and running. So there is that. It does look like, no, maybe not. I thought that some of this schmutz on the side of this case here was coming up, but well, maybe it is. I don't know. I can't really tell. I'll have to clean it. Okay. Well, regardless, folks, it is time for me to say goodbye. I hope you enjoy the rest of your evening and have a very good week. And hopefully, I will see you here next weekend on Saturday. Until then, all right, guys, take it easy.